Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
Hello, fellow humans, and welcome to MotherShip Poker once again. We are here playing on Unibet today. And as always, I'd like to welcome all my non-human identifying ascension creatures out there, as well as any non-sentients who might be enjoying the poker actions today, because we don't like to discriminate here on MotherShip Poker. We had a bit of a misfire on Wednesday when I really got a really crappy sleep Tuesday night and was just exhausted on Wednesday. Plus, I had a whole bunch of crap to do, so that didn't help. And I just did not have the energy to stream. Hello, by the way, Piano Cat. Welcome to the stream. Yes, as always, we are giving away a 50-year-old new English bike at the beginning of the stream. Prizes may vary and actually may not exist. So, just as a small warning. Yeah, so we're back today. Figured I would run, at the moment, I was going to have 3 games running with the Nano Comet, the Nano Dark Matter, and the Falling Star Bounty. But the Comet did not run today, sadly, so we are only running 2 at the moment. I will look for some other things. I got some, got gifted some Scent Roll tickets today, community Scent Roll tickets today by complete surprise. And so I'm going to play some of those. There's one of those coming up shortly, I think. I can't quite register in it yet, but yeah, it was the... So I have 7 community free roll tickets, and I'm not really sure where they came from or why I have them, but it's cool. It's always important to attend your place of worship regularly. My place of my place of worship kind of happens to be at the online poker tables, so I'm pretty regularly at my place of worship. So that's obviously being facetious, but I am not a subscriber to any of the organized religions in the world, and I tend to find my places of worship wherever they happen to be, because the entire universe is our cathedral, I suppose. That's the way I like to put it. Broadjoy, welcome. Good stuff, good stuff. I think, yeah, exactly, Piano Cat. The poker table totally counts. That's my, that's one of the places. I think the entire universe is sacred ground. So you can find your place of worship anywhere you happen to be, I think. Place of worship is more about your state of mind than it is about a physical location or a place or a building or a creed or a certain set of traditions or beliefs, I think. Anyways, we are here in the religion of poker, flying our MotherShip Poker through some nano games. We got the Falling Star Bounty. It's not a nano. That's the first step above nano at €1. No bounties yet, but we've been doing okay. We took one small pot with when we're flopping the nut straight today. It's working out a little better for us than it has the last few days. The last few days we've been flopping the nut straight, getting our money in, and then getting run out on by other hands later in the hand. Today we've been flopping the nut straight and holding, so hey, that's always an improvement. Mikey, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Cats are always welcome, Piano Cat. Always, always, always. So let's go look at our flopped flush draw here a little bit closer and see how we go. I could throw a bet out there, obviously, but I was not the pre-flop raiser, so it does not necessarily make sense for me to bet here. I was checking to the raiser. I'm not going anywhere, obviously, with the second nut flush draw here, but we're so now we got top pair and second nut flush draw, so we're still clearly not going anywhere. Pretty happily involved in this pot at this point. I think I'm still checking to the aggressor, but I might be shoving over top of him. I mean, I don't think I'm getting out of the way here. I don't think I can fold. And we are done in the falling star. That was a very quick. It was a very quick day for us. I don't think we could avoid calling there. I think that was just one of those spots where it's just going to be gross for us. So we're down to one table. Might be a short day for us. No, I'm going to play. I'm going to play more stuff anyways. But yeah, that was kind of gross. So this is the Dark Matter Nano. It's the only other one we're playing at the moment. Let's see what else we got in the schedule. So registration for that community free roll ticket comes in. So the weird thing is I've got 7 tickets, but I'm only seeing one event to use them in. So is there like multi-registration, or am I like buying 7? Am I like buying in 7 times with these? Is that what the deal is, or is it like a maximum of 10 buy-ins or something? Like I don't really know what's or a maximum of 7, and I've got the full 7. Well, you said you have 8 though, right? Piano Cat, is that what you said? You have 8 tickets for that. You get the number of tickets that you have for the community. Okay. Yeah, weird. So we've all got multiple tickets, and yet I'm only seeing one event that they can be used for when I click on those tickets in the free roll. And no matter which ticket I click on, it's the same event as far as I can tell that shows up. So I'm a little bit confused as to what these are supposed to, if I'm supposed to use like multiple tickets in one event, or if there will be new other events show up through the day as this one completes, and we can keep entering other events. Like, I'm not really sure how that works. So if anybody else is where, I should maybe go read the community forum about it, because I obviously haven't done that either. But you know, I've got things to do, right? I'm just being silly. So I will register in that for sure. Got 3 minutes until that can register in. But let's also see what else we got happening here that we can reg in. There's the Galaxy Nano, but that is starting stack of 3,000, and we are currently at 4080. So I've actually got chips. Registration ends. Let's give the Galaxy Nano a try. We don't play that one very often, so let's give that one a shot. So we are in the Galaxy Nano, just regged. Alrighty, so that's there. Let's get that up on our screens. Excellent. So there's the Galaxy Nano that we are currently in as well. And we will get into the scent roll here in one short second. I think it should be registering here very quickly. Less than 1 minute. Make a call with our King 10 here in position. Up to gut shot. Not a whole lot else going for us here. Let's put out a bet, see what happens. We can take this down if people think we have an ace. Nobody else does. Call behind once again with our pair of deuces here. See what we get. Maximum 20 buy-ins apparently for this tournament. So I guess I just max out my tickets on this one. I actually got 7 Piano Cat, so they must have decided that I'm a higher rank than so I believe they think I'm a higher rank than I actually am. Cool. Alrighty. Well, I'll max out my tickets here. Oh, maybe I do only have 6. Alrighty, I guess I do only have 6. What? That's hilarious. Register 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of my tickets. And it says I do not meet the specific criteria to be able to participate in this tournament, even though I have a ticket for it. Weird. Let me try. Yeah, it keeps saying when I click register with the tickets, it keeps saying that I don't meet the criteria for the tournament. That's kind of fucked up. Yeah, even if I try to register with 1, it won't let me. Or with cash. It doesn't let me register with ticket or cash. That's weird. That's very weird. Very strange. Apparently some people were able to register. There's like 14 people in there. So someone's... Yeah, weird. Every time I try to register, it tells me I don't meet the criteria. I can't figure it out. And good luck in the Galaxy Nano Piano Cat. See you at the final table with any luck. I just doubled up with aces after somebody got in really, a big stack got in really loose against me with King Jack suited. Let me try this tournament one more time. Nope, I still do not meet the specific criteria to be able to participate in this tournament, apparently. So thanks for the tickets, guys, but you know. So yeah, thanks for the tickets, guys, but you know, it'd be nice if I could actually use them. So our bankroll graph certainly looking a little bit more average and normal recently, with a little bit of a dip here, but surprisingly, considering we fired 5 bullets wildly at the dark matter last week and didn't cash any of them, it actually doesn't look nearly as bad as I expected it to do in that eventuality. So I mean, I'm actually not too unhappy with it. So yeah, I guess you have to have people call you sir before they let you register in events like this, you know, as well. But I really wish, you know, they wouldn't like troll us by giving us the ticket and then going, oh, nope, sorry, ticket's not enough. You need more. You need more than that. That's not enough. You don't meet the criteria. We don't care if you got a ticket. That doesn't matter. Just having the ticket isn't enough. You should know that. I don't have time to go complain on the forum, but I'm guessing somebody's made a comment about this already. And maybe somebody's working on trying to fix it. Although my guess is once the tournament is set, whatever criteria are in there, and they're not going to be able to adjust it to let other people register at this point. So I would guess I'm not going to be able to register in this one. It's my thought, but if you guys have any suggestions, or if you've read anything on the forum about what might be going on, let me know. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't really have the. I'm kind of in the middle of the pokers and the streaming here, so it's a little tough for me to go do a community thing at the moment. My screens are a little full. Let's fold that out. Let's actually go. Yeah, people are definitely. Uh, yeah, it looks like we're clearly not the only people having having troubles. Um, the community pages got a bunch of people saying the same. Oh, and Piano Cat is one of the ones I'm just looking at. So hopefully they come up with a fix for it, but I'll wait until just before registration is supposed to start. Yeah, and I'm thinking that once the tournament starts, it's probably too late anyways. It's like if you remember with the free rolls that they did during the Unibet Open, where they were supposed to be all in flips, and they ended up just being regular tournaments, but everybody had one chip instead. They couldn't change those. Once they were in, they were in, and they were done. So I think that's what the case is going to be here. Once it's in, and we just missed the chance. I think the opportunity that they'll have is to make another uh, to make another one that people can that actually lets people register. There are people that have managed to get in though, so some people apparently do meet the criteria um, because it shows 21 people registered in it now. Yeah, and it just is not letting me register at all. So I'm probably out on this one, but that's okay. Wow, really? Dutch citizens can't join the community? What the hell? That seems really bizarre. Why can't you join the community, Broderick? I can't figure out why. I mean, I could sort of see if gaming regulations in certain places didn't allow you to play the same player pool or register in certain kinds of events or things like that. Um, Seems really weird that they wouldn't let you join a community forum. Yeah, I saw that this is just a test post as well, so clearly it's a test that they have only partially passed, if they passed at all. But I'll give it one more shot once in about 2 or 3 minutes and see if it comes up. I think it'll start, and it looks like it's got 15 minutes of late registration as well. So we'll give it a shot and see what comes out. So I should mention I'll be streaming a few days next week, but from sort of Friday, I think, through for the following week, I will be busy in Calgary doing a live poker event. So I'll be missing. I won't be doing streams for those days because I just won't have time to stream. And sadly, I'll be missing a bunch of UOS days as well. But what are you gonna do? Work is work, right? Right, that sounds cool. Well, if that's the case, that's good. And if they can work out the bugs this time, if they can work out the kinks this time, then that would be awesome. So our two games right now are the Galaxy Nano, which you are watching now, which we have got a bit more than a start stack in, coming up soon on the add-on period. And we've got the Dark Matter Nano that we're still running in, that we're slightly above start stack in, and it's a long time going. And all is right with the world because we have Crazy Papa to our right in the Dark Matter Nano, so it's always makes us feel like the world is safe when we see Crazy Papa on one of our nano tables. You'll notice I'm not playing as Tangeli today. You'll notice I'm Lady Nuts today. Decided well, I must admit I didn't really decide. I just got playing this morning and was using this avatar and was like, okay, well, I guess we'll stream as Lady Nuts today. I think Tangeli will still be my main streaming identity, but yeah, the 25 that registered got some wicked value. Let me see if I can. I mean, I really doubt it's going to let me, but I'm going to give one more. I'm going to give one more shot at this. I'm going to give one more shot at this reg process here, folks. Please note that the tournament is already running and you won't be able to unregister. No, that's cool. I'm just trying to register, guys. Literally, I'm just trying to register. That's all I'm trying to do here. Nope, still don't meet the criteria. Alrighty, I guess they're not going to let me play. I guess they're not going to let me play today. I guess they're not going to let me play the community stuff today. We've got a big hand developing on the Galaxy table where we might actually pull some extra chips in. We do pull some extra chips in. Now got more than double a start stack with the registration closed, and I'm guessing the add-on period coming at the end of this level. Yes, the add-on is coming at the end of this level. Cool. So there's 15 people getting paid. We're currently sitting in 22nd spot. So yeah, should be interesting. Weird. So you can actually you can play poker from the Netherlands, but you can't actually join a community forum about poker. I'm I'm pretty confused. I have to admit, I'm pretty confused about where the logic in that is. I mean, obviously, trying to find logic in law is not always the winning proposition. Um, but that's bizarre. Yeah, it makes some sense. I mean, I guess technically, and I mean, I suppose I shouldn't say that. I suppose technically, it's not strictly legal for me to play online poker from Canada. They don't block me and they don't enforce it in any way, but online poker's not regulated in Canada, and technically speaking, my provincial gambling legislative body does not authorize online poker play. That said, there's no actual laws against it either. So it's sort of a gray area, and it's something that nobody really pays much attention to here. And that would include the forums and the twitching and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's not been a real, it's, yeah, like I say, it's technically not legal, but it's technically not illegal for me to do this either. So it's a little bit of a gray spot. Crazy Papa got moved off of our dark matter table now, but that's cool. We still, we're still happy to have seen him. Seen him here. It makes our day just that much more complete. So hope everybody caught the picture of the black hole on Wednesday. Pretty cool stuff if you're into astronomy. It was one of those things that I'm guessing was ultimately disappointing for non-astronomy fans to look at, because, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a blob of orange around an empty spot in the middle with a bunch of other empty stuff around it. So it's, not terribly visually exciting, which is sort of exactly what I expected. But it's exactly what I sort of expected it to be. It's a super low resolution image. One of the most fascinating things, I think, I mean, people are talking about how it proves Einstein right, and that's obviously true. It's yet more vindication of his theories. But one of the things that strikes me is how consistent the image was with a low resolution version of the simulations that we've run and created of black holes already, which are producing high resolution simulated images for us. But if you take one of those high resolution simulated images and you dumb down the resolution to something approaching what the latest picture that came from M87 is, you're going to get pretty much exactly the same image that we saw coming out of the telescope. So that's really cool. It tells us that our simulations are probably pretty accurate as to what's actually going on. The fascinating thing is it still doesn't really tell us much more about what exactly is happening around there. It shows us that our current theories are accurate, but doesn't actually advance them all that much yet. But that will change as we get higher and higher resolution images, which will be coming in the future as we expand our satellite network. And I'm guessing within a few decades we'll have additional lenses on the moon, which will increase our resolution by a factor of 10 or 100 even potentially as well. So that's another way to go. So that was like super cool. It was like super cool. Yeah, no Mounties at my door yet. Yet, Mike. I keep looking out the way, but they haven't come to my door yet. Haven't come to my door yet. given that I spent like 40 years of my life or 30 years of my life smoking marijuana illegally within my own home, and they didn't come to arrest me for that, I suspect it'll be pretty unlikely that they'll come arrest me for playing online poker in my home. But hey, strange things happen. You never know, right? You never know. Contrary to popular belief, Mounties only ride horses these days in the in ceremonial uh, aspects. Typically, there's the odd horse patrol in cities now, but it's more of a PR thing than an actual policing thing, if that makes sense. And the RCMP has a musical ride team that does precision riding. It's very impressive. Um, but for the most part, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police are no longer mounted on horses at all, pretty much. Alrighty, so we have added a, well, I didn't even add the Galaxy to my buy-in list. So let's put .45 Nano Galaxy, and that is 2 bullets, including the add-on. And man, good to see you, buddy. Addy, good to see you. Good to see you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is, yes, almost noon at my place, Cleeds. I will jump into the black hole, Nano for sure, at noon my time. Still debating whether I might jump into the full-size black hole today for a €5 buy-in. Yes, unless your test was whether or not you could put a string of unintelligible characters onto the onto there, it probably failed. That said, oh, it did actually show up on the actual chat. Yeah. So it didn't on my chat window on MooBot. What about my chat window on? What about my chat window on my stream? Hang on a sec here. Oh, I won't be able to see that. Oh, I will be able to see it here though. Wait. No, it didn't show up on the Twitch chat on my TV. So it's interesting. It comes through. It comes through the chat widget with Streamlabs, but it doesn't show up on any of the raw chat that I have. That's weird. That's interesting. Yeah, so Piano Cat for me, it looks like a dog on the chat box, the chat widget that's on my stream, but it's the word WowE on my on the chat window on my MooBot screen. Just put in an under the gun raise with ace jack suited on the dark matter nano table. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe I've only installed it in the chat widget, not... I should look into that. Okay, so it's installed in my chat widget, but it's not installed in any of my other stuff. Okay. So I've also got a pair of jacks that I'm putting in a raise with against a big stack, big blind over here on the Galaxy table. And we're pretty happy with the trips we pick up on the turn here. And we're pretty happy with the full house we pick up on the... which I think we're going to shove with. Tough choice here. I think I got a fold, but I don't think there's any reason that he has a queen necessarily or all spades. It's probably on an ace X. Could be ace spade queen X that he's on there, which is ahead of me. But there's not a lot there. But it just feels like I'm putting in more than I need to there with a hand that could be in a lot of trouble going forward. There. Yeah. There are cases where I will see some emotes, but not other emotes. Like some emotes are just words, and other emotes are actual emotes. And I'm not really sure why I'm seeing some but not others. Yeah, so I really don't know. I think we're getting involved here with King Jack Hearts. I think we're probably gonna... Do we want to reshove here? Or just make a call? Probably should put in a raise there. Yeah, probably the flat call's wasn't the best move there, even though I'm in position. I probably want to make sure that I don't give odds to the others to call. We get lucky in this case with top pair, but Yeah, this is not the best way to have played this hand. And that should have been a full shove too. I thought I hit the all-in button, not the pot button. We got lucky though, and we take it down. We get lucky and take it down. That puts us 4 of 20 with 7 places getting paid in this one. We bubbled this guy yesterday in a rather annoying fashion. But I did go deep yesterday in the Abyss, got third. Admittedly, also in a rather annoying fashion, where I went into three-way play with the massive chip lead. I had more chips than the other 2 players combined. And then one guy ran out on me 3 times, where we got it in with me being ahead, and he got there 3 times against me to knock me out, take chip lead, and I'm thinking he eventually went on to win it. But frankly, I didn't watch because I was pretty annoyed at that point. Yeah, I had like 220,000 chips going into three-way play, and the other 2 guys had 150,000 between them. Once again, I've been quite lazy about cutting new ads for you guys, so you're gonna get Brady Bunch ads once again when we go on break this time, I think. Running through a couple more segments of the hangers-on to the series, getting their promotional biz on. I think we're still in Sam the Butcher playing the Liquid Plumber guy on TV, which he did for years and years and years. But there's other stuff. I think Alice is coming up. I think we're going to get some Alice commercials as well coming up shortly, and a few others. And then we get to watch some promos of the show, both from when it was originally aired, and also the more interesting ones are from the Retro Channel marathon and special presentations of the Brady Bunch after the fact. So those are kind of fun as well. Gotcha, Piano Cat. I will I'll check that out. So it's interesting. It's not showing up on my on-screen event list, but in Moobot it shows that Girl Uni Plays Games followed me. So thank you for the follow if you happen to be out there listening. I'm not actually sure when that happened because it doesn't actually tell me when you followed, but yeah, apparently we got a new follower. So I think my pair of kings is going to be good here often enough that I have to call. I'm obviously losing to an ace a lot, but I'm also going to beat worse kings. There's going to be people with 10 that bet there. Sort of the only aces that play the hand that way, though, are really, really, really crappy ones, and even there, they should be playing it in a different way, I think, most of the time. So I just don't think there's going to be a ton of hands with an ace in them at that point, the way that was played. Alrighty, we got a break coming up, so we'll be back after these short messages.
Oh, wow, look, what's that? Presenting crispy wheats and raisins, an incredible raisin cereal. Flakes are big, crisp whole wheat with just a touch of honey.
Hey, this is something else.
It's crispy wheats and raisins with lots of plump, chewy raisins.
Wow, this is something else.
It's crispy wheats and raisins, part of this good, nutritious breakfast.
Hey, this is crispy wheats and raisins.
And it's wonderful.
Yes, oh, yum, yum.
Friday night is family night on ABC. First join the Brady Bunch. Alice and Greg and Carol and Mike, Marcia and Jan and Cindy and Peter and Bobby and Tiger.
What is it?
Our house with 8 bedrooms.
And then spend some time with Nanny and the Professor and Butch and Hal and Prudence and Waldo.
What do you think about that, Dad?
Well, I think that I'd rather not think about it.
And then it's the Partridge Family. Shirley and Keith, Danny and Laurie, Chris and Tracy, and Reuben.
You are making me a nervous wreck.
Remember, Friday night is family night with Alice and Greg and Shirley and Hal and Waldo.
Mr. Brady, you have large tribe.
He did have a little help, you know.
Is all the rust coming off?
I hope not.
What do you mean?
It's the only thing holding the car together.
You gotta be logical with it.
I don't have to be logical. I'm a mother.
Hold it. What's the matter?
I forgot to turn on the engine.
Remember us? We're the Brady family. Go ahead, Greg.
I don't think I can.
Come on, tell him. Don't be a chicken.
Well,
Chicken!
okay. On Friday, September 10th, the Brady Bunch invites you to a special preview of ABC's great new Saturday morning programs. You'll see scenes from The Roadrunner, The Jackson 5 Show, The Jerry Lewis Show, and Curiosity Shop, and lots of others. I hope you'll join us. How'd I do?
That was terrible. You looked at it. We'll miss all those new shows on ABC tomorrow.
Take a trip into the new Saturday morning shows with the Brady Kids.
Friday night.
The Brady Kids, Friday night at 8, 7 o'clock Central Time, here on...
Something funny's going on.
Yes, something funny's always going on with the Brady Bunch.
Gosh! Hey, that's some special kid.
Yeah, I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah, I did. Uh-oh.
They wouldn't get me into one of those suits, even if they promised me mouth-to-mouth resuscitation with Cary Grant.
A funny bunch, the Brady Bunch. Every week on ABC.
It really works. No way. I wouldn't kiss a girl for nothing.
The Brady Bunch. A loving family that wants to be loved by you.
I want to be loved by you alone. Boop, boop, ba-doop.
Boop, boop.
Ba-doop.
Can red lips kiss my blues away?
Not really.
A fun family. The Brady Bunch.
It's the all-new Brady Bunch with guest stars Lee Majors, Farrah Fawcett Majors, Captain Cool and the Kongs, Ann B. Davis, and Rip Taylor. From the producers of Donnie and Marie, it's the Brady Bunch Hour. Sunday at 7 on ABC.
Friday, the original Brady Bunch cast is back for the wedding of the year.
I think I better sit down.
You are sitting down. It's double romance when the Brady girls get married.
Since Jeopardy's on. Oh, good. 3 for 100, Alex. Collectively, grapes and bananas come in these.
What is a bunch?
What is a bunch?
Beat ya.
Correct.
Tie.
Children's literature for 300. She fell down a rabbit hole.
Alice. Who is Alice?
Yes.
Sitcoms for 400, please.
On the Brady Bunch, she goes to the prom with monkey Davy Jones.
Who is Marcia? Who's Marcia?
Right.
It's always Marcia, Marcia, Marcia.
Everyone gets into Jeopardy tonight at 7 on 7.
And we're back. Yes, we got into some of the original promos there for the Brady Bunch. Some of those are awesomely so 70s. So 70s. I just love it. I just love it. Let's get in some let's get some extra poker going here. So we've got the Black Hole Nano. Let's get that one going. I think we'll stick to 3 tables for now. So I got the Black Hole Nano running as well. Let me get that into my stats. Now let's make sure it's on our table layout. And get our titles right. Alrighty, so that's our current layout with the Galaxy Nano up in the top left, the Dark Matter Nano top right, and the Black Hole Nano top or bottom left. Yeah, Lee Majors and Farrah Fawcett on the Brady Bunch. That, of course, is a reference not to the actual Brady Bunch show, but to the Brady Bunch Variety Hour, which was a very short-lived phenomenon after the show was over. And out of which is where the concept of fake Jan came from. Jan, the character of Jan, was played by Eve Plum on the original series for the entire run, but she declined to come back for the weird musical special after the fact. And so they got the girl you saw in the ads as fake Jan to run the to play Jan in the new musical special. It did not last long, and there was quite a big backlash, as I recall, to recasting Jan when Eve Plum wouldn't be part of the show. So, interesting little tidbit there. That's always gross, Addie. I mean, I've been known to do that from time to time, but it's a pretty rare situation. And I mean, there's spots where I just don't want to give the big blind chips. But yeah, I mean, you've got to be putting the pressure on if you've got a stack and you've got it's a nice little triple up there on that Galaxy Nano. Almost, well, double plus. Good to see you, MVE. Well, thank you for coming, and good luck to you in your grind as well today. Hasn't gone super good for me in the Falling Star. I busted that quite early in a kind of a gross spot, but that's the way it goes. It's been going reasonably well for me in the Galaxy Nano and the Dark Matter Nano, however. So yeah. Good, Addy. Glad to see you got a ticket, even with the moron. There's only so much you can do. Only so much you can do against morons. Got a pair of fives here. I'm actually gonna put a bet out here since I got checked too. It was limped around pre-flop. I could easily be calling with ace, but I could easily have any other piece of this board as well. So if nobody else is hit, which is what the checks indicate, I'm gonna take this down quite a bit. And when I get check raised, I'm probably not going to be good most of the time. I'm probably against an ace a lot. I could be against pairs, but even the pairs are going to be bigger than my current pair, so we just get out of the way. Might be something developing here on the black hole nano. Visceration, good to see you. Good to see you. Good luck on your own grind as well, my friend. I'm going to put in a bet here now that it got chucked around on the flop. I mean, I think my 10 is even good here some of the time. But I can credibly rep a 5 here a lot too, so. that really was turning my 10 into a bluff, but it was turning it into a bluff where I rep having a 5 in the big blind and that being basically a big blind special hand. I don't think anybody here got into the tournament, Mike. I know I certainly didn't. I'm going to keep my eyes out, see if those tickets are, see if there's any other tournaments that pop up for those tickets to be used in. It says they expire tomorrow, so there might yet be another tournament tomorrow to play with them. Yes, I barely lasted 20 minutes in the Falling Star. Actually, I don't even think I lasted 20 minutes because I late regged, and I was gone by like 5 minutes into the stream from the Falling Star. It was like super quick that I was done. So, yeah, I don't even think I lasted 20 minutes of the Falling Star today. Yeah, it's the way poker goes sometimes. You know, you're going to get your money in spots. I mean, I got my money in a, I actually can't remember what the hand was now, but I specifically don't remember feeling like I was particularly robbed in this situation, if that makes sense. It was just one of those poker spots where you're going to get your money in, and he's going to get his money in, and sometimes I'm going to win, sometimes he's going to win, and other, you know, you just have to walk away and go, "Yep, that's poker. That's what we play the game for." It is extra frustrating when we. Yeah, nice one, MV. Yeah, you got to keep playing that Omaha Calypso. You seem to be going deep in that quite a lot lately. So keep it up with the run good there. Keep it up with the run good. I should start playing that one a little bit more often, actually. I don't mind PLO. I'm not thrilled about. Sorry, just chatting with a buddy from work at the moment. Got a big pair in the Galaxy under the gun. And we're raising into Crazy Papa's big blind. Now we've got a pair of aces in our big blind, and we got people limping into us. I think we'll put in a chunky raise here, see if we can't get some action back at us. I guess not. Thought that might look like I was trying to steal it away in the big blind, but I guess not. That's cool. I'll take it though. We are in a scoring position right now, so we don't really want to jeopardize that too much. So I'm sort of happy to take that down without a lot of fighting later. And I got reasonable amount of value with like 4 limps out of that. So. Yeah, I busted it as well. I went 0 for 5. I went 0 for 5 in my 5 dark matter bullets. It hasn't turned me off of playing it. I gave it a rest for this week, but I'm going to keep firing at it because I still think I have a chance in that. And if I'm going to have a chance at anything, I think that you know, looking at the tournaments that do well in the nano versions and moving up to the higher versions is, I think, a good way to go with that. But you know, maybe I'm wrong with that. I don't know. I'm definitely going to give it another shot, but I've given it a bit of a rest this week. Going to put in a raise with the king queen here, I think. Suited. Ace 8 we'll get rid of. Under the gun. I mean, it is 6-handed, so under the gun's really just sort of the one before the hijack. It's kind of early position, but it's more like late middle position. Yeah, I kind of wished he had. It's like he's taking his sane pills this morning or something. I don't know. He's on his meds today. I mean, and I hope nobody gets the impression that I'm actually disrespecting Crazy Papa. There are players that I might make fun of from time to time. Crazy Papa is actually not one of those players. He's actually quite a dangerous guy to have at your table. I point them out specifically because he's somebody I have to keep my eye on, and I have to be aware of every time he's sitting at the table. I don't think I'm calling off that shove with King Jack. I am going to put in a chunky raise with my ace king on the dark matter nano table, though. 7 to go until the money. We are 2 away from the money. And I think we're going to continue bet that. He's going to do that with hearts a lot. The question is, am I ahead of his heart draws? He's going to, I guess ace 5 of hearts is going to do that. I'm ahead of pretty much all the other heart draws that he has. He's got the queen. Oh well. Timed out 2 other hands, but I didn't really want to play them anyways on other tables while that was happening. I mean, I'm not unhappy with that call. I'm actually pretty surprised he did that with the hand he did it with, but, you know, this is a nano tournament, so I got to expect that sort of stuff. I mean, that seems like the more I think about it, the more that seems like a really, really, really weird hand to shove with there, frankly. Yeah, I'm not. Unless you guys want to weigh in on that. It's. I mean, I'm not upset with it or anything. It's one of those weird spots. I don't necessarily think I love my call. Let's go back and have a look at that. Let's go back and have a look at that on replay. Right. So we got 20,000 chips. And we get dealt ace-king in the small blind. And Gomigo puts in a limp. We 4x it with our ace-king. And he just flat calls with what I think is a really dumb hand to flat call with. But, again, he just flat calls here. Comes queen high. We've got the ace of hearts. Holy shit! So the hands that I was actually putting him on for hearts, even he wasn't gonna. So all the heart draws I was ahead of, except for hands like king 5 and so on. So I see bet, and he just overshoves here, which seems like a really weird way to play when I make the call. A queen 4 hand to flat call my raise and then just shove there seems like a really dumb way to play that. But maybe I'm just, I mean, maybe I'm just bitter about the fact that I lost this hand. But yeah, it just seems like on his part it's like a super weird line to take on that hand. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? We still got chips. We can still pull this out. Yeah, exactly. He's just super difficult to get a read on. He's super difficult to know what he's doing at any given time. Oh yeah, no. Saddies. I've watched him in Saddies. He's horrible in Saddies. I will 100% grant you that he is not a particularly good satellite player. But yeah, normal MTTs, it's hard to figure out what he's doing. In the satellites, what that means is that he's just never going to get called when he does his weird stuff, except when he's crushed. So yeah, it's like a really, really bad strategy for satellites. But it works well in the nano MTTs for him. Yeah, it's funny. I worry far less about him when I see him at a satellite table than or at a qualifier table than I do when I see him at a regular MTT table. He has busted from the Galaxy Nano, I believe. Let me just have a quick look at the... Well, that was fun. Blew the headset off that time. Oh, no, he's doubled up. He's right there on my left. Cool. In the black hole nano. Hey, Broadjoy, you're in the dark matter nano as well, eh? At least I see your name in there. Ah, there you go. I see you on my table now. I'll be putting in the raise against you on this hand. I hadn't noticed you on this table before. I mean, I'm assuming that's you. And I think I just have to put in the shove here, to be honest. As much as I hate to shove against a friend of the stream, this is poker. There are no friends at the poker table. It's not like I'm shoving light on you there, you know. Ace 10 offsuit I'm going to get rid of. That's probably super nitty, but I'm going to get rid of it. Yep, I see you. That's you raising. That's you raising. I don't know what you're raising with there, but I got out of the way with my ace-8. My worst ace. A pair of 7s on the button coming up here in the black hole. Let's call behind in position, see what we get. Yeah, I see you're like really shy. You're really shy there. Guess we have to fold the 7s there. Good, good, good. I mean, it's a proper hand I'm raising with there. It's not like I'm, it's not like I'm trying to steal it from you. No, I can totally understand where Ant-Man is coming from here. When I get my head on some technical thing that I know I should be able to do, and for some reason I can't I will not rest until I fucking figure out the hell is supposed to be going on. Um, I remember trying to work out using the filter commands in my spreadsheet to sort data. Was doing my head in for a while, and I spent like 6 hours one day just trying to work through all the details until I finally got down how to filter all my shit out of my spreadsheets and get it into more usable groups. But it was very frustrating because I would go and I would do what looked to me like it would be a formula that should work, and it would come up with an error, and then not give me particularly useful help as to why the error was. It would say something like expected 1,001 rows, only found one. I'm like, okay, thank you, but why did you only find one row here? Like, what's the reasoning behind you only finding one row here? And sure enough, it didn't help. But I did eventually work it out. So I totally understand where you're coming from. That there's this thing that you should be able to do that you, for some reason, isn't working, and it frustrates the crap out of you that it's not working, and you can't figure out why it's not working. I've been there, done that. I'm sure I will be there and do that again many, many, many times. So we're sort of on the bubble point in both of our tournaments that are coming up to that time. The Galaxy Nano, we're 18 of 23 with 15 getting paid. And in the Dark Matter, we're 12 of 14 with 7 getting paid. So we're a ways off the bubble there. But we could still survive. And that Dark Matter Nano, we basically got our easily cashing stack crushed by that weird hand against Go Me Go, which, we didn't really have to get involved in. So it's sort of our own fault for getting involved in that one. But it definitely was not your standard issue. Your standard issue hand on their part, I don't think. And actually what it means is I want to raise with value hands against their big blind quite a bit, because clearly they're going to call me with pretty weak holdings. Now I have a feeling that he's probably the kind of guy that just gives up if he doesn't hit that flop with his queen crap there. So I probably don't get anything more than the flop, so I probably need to raise big on the flop, have him call me there, and then be able to get away from things on flops if he's playing back. But I also need to pay more attention, because if he's also putting in bluffs when he misses those flops, then I still need to be involved, right? So I haven't seen any evidence of that yet, though. So we turn the flush draw, and we've got third pair. I think it's a check call situation. We now have 2 pairs, so I think we're trying to get value out of this now. I'm all in the Galaxy Nano from the button, and we get it through. That last hand in the Dark Matter got me a little closer to a cashing position. We're 10 of 13 now, with 7 getting paid. Just got Ace Jack on the button here, so I think that's going in as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're just going in with this. Probably going in with this as well in the Galaxy. Only 4 from the bubble, but we're not really on the position, and so we need to try to secure some extra chips. So that just barely slides us into a scoring position in the Galaxy Nano. We're still two spots off of a scoring position in the Dark Matter Nano, but we got a lot of chips. Certainly enough chips to hang out for a bit and make it through to the money. So I think there's lots of people that could bust out above us. I think given the spot that we're in the tournament here, just going to open fold these deuces. It's probably super nitty, but Nice one, MV. That's where I was yesterday. I came into the three-handed of the Abyss Nano, top and chips, but couldn't get there. Ended up sixth or third. But go, 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 go. You take her down. And I think once again, we are just all in the Galaxy Nano with our jacks. Against tens. Yes, we hold. That's a seriously good hold, folks. So that looks like we are going to make it through to the Galaxy Nano money, I would think. We're not a lock, but certainly got good chances to do so. Piano Cat's a cat, not a troll. Why would you think she's a troll? She clearly tells us she's a cat all the time. Putting in a raise on the Black Hole Nano table with my Jack Queen of Hearts. We flop the heart draw. Pretty good flop for our hand. Pretty good flop for a range. Crazy Papa just gave away half of his massive stack when he shoved 19,000 chips at 5,100 with Ace King and got called by Gag there to his left with aces. So Crazy Papa's up to Crazy Papa's old tricks and playing a Crazy Papa kind of game here. So. Haggis Bluff, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome on board the mothership. So we still got 4 players to go to the money in the Galaxy Nano. I am 14 of 19, which is scoring position. And we've got 4 players to go till the money in the dark matter. I am 7 of 11, which is a scoring position. Just barely. So we could potentially have 2 cashes coming up here. Yeah. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, Ant-Man, but I saw the I saw the smiley face, not the text in my chat window as well. I hate to break it to you, dude, but yeah. Freckled lemonade juice. Time for a new tankful. We'll get rid of that. We just limped into Crazy Papa's big blind, which means anything could happen. He only puts in a 400 chip or 300 chip raise. So I think we're going to call it. We flop the diamond draw. Good to see you, Mav. Good to see you. Doing okay. Are you Crazy Papa? Sweet. That's a great name. I mean, it's an awesome name, and it's an awesome avatar for you. Wow. Wow. So he just open shoves for 10 times the pot. I guess he's got the straight there. But I mean, geez, we certainly had a pretty big hand to be folding there. We certainly had a pretty big hand to be folding our flush draw there. So we are 3 from the money now on both the Dark Matter and the Galaxy Nano tables. And I am still in the min cash spot in both of those tournaments. I don't know why I'm sneezing so much today. Maybe I'm coming down with something. Yeah, it is actually. Oh, yeah, it's poplar pollen season beginning now. A little early for that, but they'll be starting to get in the air now. So yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. Spring. I love spring, but I hate spring. I have to remind you guys to make sure that I show you some pictures in when our Poplar Fuzz season happens. Oh, speaking of which, in addition to next week when I will be live poker doing that, I think I'm going to have to be taking a break for about 6 weeks during the World Series of Poker for my stream as well. Looks like my schedule shadow editing for the World Series is going to be pretty intensive this year. So I'm probably not going to have any time to stream on that during that. We'll see, but I expect I probably won't have a ton of time to be able to stream. Yep, Brad Joy, hope so as well. Hope so as well. At the very least, I hope we make it into the caching spots. So we are 14 of 18 with 15 people getting paid in the Galaxy Nano at the moment. And we are 7 of 10 with 7 getting paid in the Dark Matter Nano. This is the final table bubble. As the Dark Matter Nano is now a 9-handed tournament. Though it's sort of weird that we're not playing hand for hand, really, on this at this point, even though we're on the final table bubble. Big hand in the Galaxy Nano. Got limped around. I'm putting in a bet here with my top pair. Straight draws, backdoor flush draws. I've got like all the draws on this hand. Alrighty, so we are on the final table of the Dark Matter Nano, ladies and gentlemen, along with Broadjoy as well. We are also on the money bubble now. Tournament will now be played hand for hand as we approach the money bubble. Yeah, Dark Matter Nano, Addy. Yeah, I didn't play the full-size ones today, but we do keep cashing the nano versions and keep going deep in the nano versions. And winning. I've won this one 3 times now. Alrighty, after this hand, we got another break coming up. So I'm 11 of 18 in the Galaxy Nano going into break. Not sure where we're going to be here on the Dark Matter Nano, but we will be folding out as the still min cash position. So enjoy. Let me get your commercials set up for you, and we'll be back. After these short messages.
Paramount Pictures presents
Daddy, there's a Brady in our yard.
the story of the hippest family of the 70s.
Hey there, groovy chick.
Who are living in the 90s.
We'll be here forever.
The Brady Bunch movie.
Out of sight.
Fox Stanley is proud to present the first annual Brady Bowl. Kick off New Year's Day beginning at 4, 3 Central with the Brady Girls Get Married. Next, it's 3 hours of the Brady Brides. Then we're going into overtime and overdrive with the Brady 500. Kick off your new year with the best bowl of all, the Brady Bowl. New Year's Day beginning at 4, 3 Central.
A new show is coming to Nick at Night. We can't tell you what it is,
Marcia, Marcia, Marcia.
but subtle hints
I didn't take that down no matter what she said.
and clues
Pork chops and applesauce.
will make sure that everyone
She always says, don't play ball in the house.
will watch our 40-episode week-long marathon beginning June 1st. So be here when we reveal Nick at Night's newest TV hit. The Brady Kids. They're responsible, conscientious, and polite. And why? Because they know if they're not, Alice will kill them. Forget to mow the lawn.
Alice will kill you.
Don't do your homework.
Alice will kill you.
Don't finish your vegetables.
Alice will kill you.
So, tune in for the Brady Bunch. Because those who don't, well,
I'm gonna kill them.
on the place where TV hits, Nick at Night.
Mom's favorite vase.
She always says, don't play ball in the house.
Or does she? Carol Brady always says.
Hi, honey. How was your day?
She sometimes says.
Will somebody please tell me what's going on?
Once she said.
Don't tell me those rabbits got into the shower with Greg.
But she never in all 117 episodes ever said.
Don't play ball in the house.
But if she had, it would have sounded something like this.
Don't play ball in the house.
The Brady Bunch, weeknights at 9 on Nick at Night. In this Brady Bunch episode, a little girl reaches for the kitty carry-all doll in the toy store. The shelf suddenly comes loose and Peter comes to the rescue. But let's look at that again with a patented Nick at Night rewind. Aha, that was no accident. Someone pulled the shelf down with a string. But who was it? Peter, so he could be the hero? Cindy, so she could be the only kid with a kitty carry-all doll? Or a prop guy who couldn't figure out another way to get that shelf down? Nick at Night rewinds, a second look at shows that are always worth a second look.
I wanna be a Brady, a Charleston in the living room, and Tack Race in the yard. I'd cruise around in the Brady wheels, life will not be hard. I wanna be a Brady, I wanna mow the AstroTurf, and seesaw all night long. I'd star on local talent shows by singing groovy songs. I wanna be a Brady.
Be a Brady. Watch Brady Bunch Tuesdays all summer long during Block Party Summer on Nick at Night. For years, it was covered up. But now, Nick at Night exposes the Brady-Nixon connection. January 1969, the Nixons move into the White House. September 1969, the Bradys move into the Ranch House. February 1971, Nixon starts taping Conversations. November 1971, Peter starts taping Conversations. Mid-October 1973, Ford replaces Agnew as vice president. Late October 1973, Jan replaces Marcia at Haskell's Ice Cream Hut. November 16th, 1973, Jan says, I am strictly a no talent. The next day, Nixon says, I am not a crook. March 8th, 1974, the Brady Bunch canceled. August 8th, 1974, Nixon resigns. The Brady-Nixon connection.
This, more than anything, is what I hope will be my legacy.
The Brady Bunch, weeknights on Nick at Night. Jan. She's so nice and everyone's so nice to her.
We're supposed to be nice to you until you get over your problem. Then we can forget about you again.
But she is popular.
Congratulations, Jen. You've just given the word popular a new meaning.
Well, she's confident.
I'm confident that I'm a no-talent loser.
At least she won that award.
The winner of the Honor Society Award is not Jan Brady. Not Jan Brady.
Don't worry, Jan. We love you. Watch the Jan Brady Bunch weeknights at 9 on Nick at Night.
There we go. Gotta love all those retro promos for the Brady Bunch. Sound on some of those is pretty crappy. I don't know how bad it is for you guys, but wearing the headset's kind of... One of my ears is ringing a little bit now, but we'll get over it. We'll get over it. Unfortunately, I have very limited control over the sound quality of the ads that I have. I've got some control over the volume, but the actual sound quality itself is pretty much as it was recorded in the ad, so... So we are on the money bubble on the final table here, the Dark Matter. Broadjoy up there at the top right is also here with us. We are 2 from the money in the Galaxy Nano, and Piano Cat is sharing that tournament with us as well. Put in a raise from the cutoff with King Queen on the Black Hole Nano table. Gonna c-bet this. I could credibly have the ace here. So could Crazy Papa. Doesn't need to, though. Really feeling him on clubs. I don't want to actually have to call down, so I'm going to put the bluff in here. I should play those 5s, actually. But 2 under the gun raise from the big stack there. After that last hand. I feel like I might call and set mine there. I don't really feel like I want to put in a 3-bet there. Hello, Krypton! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, as always. We've got 3 tables running at the moment. We are 13 of 17 with 15 paying in the Galaxy Nano. We are 8 of 8 with 7 paying in the Dark Matter Nano. So we were 14 of 16 in the Galaxy Nano. It's still early in the Dark Matter, but we just pulled in a nice bluffed pot from Crazy Papa, where I think we were bluffing, although it's entirely possible our King High was the best hand there. But I also think if I check there, I think I have to bet there because I think if I check there, he puts in a big bet, and I really have a tough time calling there with just king high. Even if I think he's been there on a flush draw the whole time, it's still pretty hard for me to, because he can have aces there. So aha, there's another community, another cent roll running. So maybe we'll be able to register this one. So we're still on the bubble of both the Galaxy Nano and the Dark Matter Nano. I'm in a scoring position in the Galaxy, but not in the Dark Matter at the moment. I am last place in the Dark Matter. Picked up a nice hand here in the Black Hole Nano on the button, and we're getting called by Crazy Papa. And we flop a set, so we're pretty happy with that spot. I'm going to check back and see if Crazy Papa wants to bet into us. Yeah, I'm going to check back and see if Crazy Papa wants to try to bluff into us on this. I guess not, so we'll put in a smallish bet here. I know I should probably bet the fours up there, but because they're dead with the two pairs, but I just don't think I'm gonna get it through very often. So it seemed like it was a waste of chips, even though I know I'm gonna lose at showdown. Alrighty, we're going to be all in the Dark Matter here with our Ace Queen. GLS. Nice to get that through. I didn't really necessarily want to go to showdown. I mean, Ace Queen's a strong hand, so it's not terrible to go to showdown with it. But in this spot at this time, taking it without showdown is definitely a viable and acceptable option. We're still on the bubble of both of these tournaments. Dark Matter Nano and Galaxy Nano. Nice. Is the registration open already? Let me go see if I can do that. Yay! Let me register my 6. Let me register my 6. Alrighty, I guess we're all in the Galaxy Nano on the bubble with our Ace Queen. Probably a little loose, actually, now that I think about it. I might not have needed to do that. But I also can't really raise like a 3x with my stack, so this is another spot here on the Dark Matter Nano, right on the bubble. I don't really want to shove into bigger stacks here with something like a King Queen, so I'm just going to get out of the way as an ICM move, even though I should actually be raising that hand on the button quite a bit, I think. But with this shorty behind me, at least until he doubles up or does something, I think I need to... yeah, I was able to register. It looks like it's a cent roll. Well, it looks like it's a cent roll. We'll go focus in on the Dark Matter for now with brief interludes over to the Galaxy Nano. Of course, you've still got the Black Hole Nano running as well, but still lots of time left in that one, so we won't be focusing too much on it for the time being. Wow, somehow we ended up as the smallest stack in the Galaxy Nano now, so we've got potentially some work to do. We're still on the bubble. We went from 13th to from 13 of 16 to 16 of 16 without losing any chips, actually. So it's obviously other people went up. Although we did go through the blinds, so maybe that was what happened, and maybe it'll just be a case of it coming through on the blinds to go there, but... Yeah, it's, the guarantees aren't showing up, but hey, at least the pennies are in there somehow. And it seems like with $8 in there, there's more than $8 in there. There's more than just the pennies of the people registered, because that's a lot of people registering pennies. Although I guess if there's people registering 20 minutes at a time, but oh, it looks like it's is it Huh, yeah, I don't know what's going on with the, clearly got some issues in the back end. Is it PLO as well? Oh, that'll make it fun. Yeah, it is PLO too. That'll make it fun. I haven't played PLO in ages. So we're now 14 of 16 in Galaxy Nano, so it is just a case of people going through the blinds and moving up and down. So we're still right on the cusp. No reason to get too insane. Wait and see if somebody else loses their head first, I think is the way to go. I don't think I'm ever calling here with the shorty behind us. Even if I had aces, I might not be calling here, to be honest. Probably calling aces and kings and things like that just because I have to, because I'm going to be ahead and win the pot most of the time. But he's all in the next big blind. So, I think at this point, I think I'm folding everything until something happens with MMKN 75 there. Because I can pretty much guarantee myself a cashing spot if I do that. Welcome to the Knit School of Poker. That is your how to knit up ICM 101. Watch the short stack and decide that you're not going to play anything until he either doubles or busts in order to ensure yourself a cashing spot. Worth 46 cents in this case, which is 2 and a bit X buy-ins. So, 46 cents doesn't sound great, but let's be clear, that's a significant number of buy-ins at the level I'm playing. So it's not anything to sneeze at. And with him in, we are out, and we see what happens. If he doubles up, we're going to have to think about playing a bit more, but I have a feeling that everybody else is going to be in this pot. So I think he's probably done, and we are probably guaranteed a min cash, which means we're going to be getting active anyways. Either way, I think we get active after this hand, no matter what happens. I think we have no choice but to get active after this hand. Unfortunately, that king is one of the sorts of cards that could hit the hands that he's going to be shoving with in that spot, and he's going to be pretty. He's going to have a pretty good hand. Nice. Sweet. So we're in the money in the Dark Matter Nano. We are still on the bubble in the Galaxy Nano, so we're still waiting on that one. We're guaranteed 46 cents now in the Dark Matter Nano. We'll be looking for a spot to get our paltry stack in now. We're going to bet here with our top pair. kind of sucks. That's going to put us at the bottom of the chip stacks, which means we're going to have to get something happening. King 10 suited. We're going to see if we get a cheap flop with this at least, I think. Two pairs. We're all in. It's going to be an interesting hand against Papa. I'll let you know what happens in the... I think we're going to get this through. We get called by King 9. Oh, and the... Oh. Oh. So we bubble the Galaxy Nano in a super gross spot. I'm glad I got over there soon enough for you guys to see that. That is gross. That is very gross. We got two pairs against two pairs. We had King 10. He had King 9 on a King 10-9 board. And turn just comes 9 after we get our money in. Turn just comes 9. To put us out on the bubble. I mean, honestly. Alrighty, I guess that's the way our day is going to go. So we are done in the Galaxy Nano as the bubble boy after a brutal beat. However, we are in the money. Guaranteed 62 cents now. We leveled up once at least in the Dark Matter Nano here. Yeah, you're ITM, Piano Cat, because I was the bubble boy in a super gross hand. Absolute grossness is just coming up on screen now. We are all in the Dark Matter for our paltry, barely one big blind. But we have leveled up twice from the smallest stack here. Yeah, what are you gonna do? I mean, poker's poker, right? It's the way it It's the way you run sometimes. It's particularly brutal when you're in against a hand you're crushing so badly like that. I mean, I was crushing him right from the get-go on that hand, right up until the 3-outer hits the turn. You know, King 10 v King 9 preflop. King 10 v King 9 on a King 10-9 board. I'm like crushing him the whole way down. And then, you know, he just gets there. Alrighty, MV, take her down, take her down. I didn't play the Abyss today. I did not actually play the Abyss today. We're going in. We just rivered our straight against Crazy Papa, who's betting the turn. And we take a bunch of chips from Crazy Papa, a.k.a. Evisceration. Pretty sure that was a joke, buddy. If it wasn't, I mean, you know, that's cool. I'm not going to mind, but pretty cool. Pretty sure that was a joke. Damn, Envy, you're just killing the PLOs lately. Maybe you should become a professional PLO player. A little tough to make a living on the nano stakes, I got to admit, but you know, if you put in enough hours, maybe. It'd be a lot of hours. Yeah. Yeah, Krypton poker players are a pretty entitled bunch, I gotta say, as somebody who's hung around live tournaments quite a bit. Yeah, poker players are a pretty entitled bunch. They feel privileged to a lot of things. They expect a lot of things, and yeah, generally speaking, the poker community can be pretty stuffy that way, I think. Put in a raise under the gun with our sevens. It's not a terrible flop for a range. I don't necessarily believe he has spades very often, especially not in the black hole when people play their stacks pretty liberally. But I'll give it to him this time. There's a lot of hands there that have me beat, so there's no reason for me to get involved. I think we're putting our money in the dark matter here as well with A7 on the button. Actually, no, I don't think I am. I don't need to get involved there. I can. And good luck to you as well, Vishreshan. Alrighty, so we now have the community cent roll up on screen as well, where I have just ended up with trip aces on the river. Which means I think I have to call here. And lose to the full house. And lose to the full house. That is Omaha for you in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. Trip aces is a piece of crap hand. Well, I think we're in. I think we're in the dark matter. Jack 9. 3 ways. That gave us a chance to maybe beat, do we... So I wonder what the ICM move is here. I think the ICM move is to fold here and go with the next hand with the hope that he busts. He doesn't bust, so either way it wouldn't have mattered. We still have to get our money in this time. Ugh. Do we do it with the deuce 3? I guess we don't really have a lot of choice. We're going to be in the next one anyways. I mean, I guess any 2 cards is better than deuce 3, although that's not necessarily true. I mean, like the deuce 7 and stuff is worse than this. Yeah, I guess we just get involved. And I guess it looks like we're just done. All right, we're done in 5th, probably in the dark matter now, which is, you know, at least we cashed. We are about to call off Crazy Papa. And we did finish the dark matter in 5th position for 92 cents. Flopped a nice draw here for sure, bottom pair, but definitely got the draws. Draw comes. So 4-8's really the only hand we're worried about at this point. 9, any 9 now gets us. We have to keep betting though. Cool, Ant-Man. Wool played? Wool played sounds like you. That's a new avatar too. I haven't seen that avatar before. I am basically sucking in the cent roll at the moment. I should probably put in a raise for the King Jack, but I don't know, for some reason I just didn't feel it there. Got 2 suits here as well as the Broadway draws, so I think we're Broadway and wheel draws, so I think we're getting involved here. And I think I'll probably repot since everybody else got out of the way. I think we'll make sure that we get all the money in and see what happens. 9-10 Jack Queen King. We take it. We take it. That's why you get it in with the draws, folks, because Omaha is all about the wrap draws and flush draws and things like that. I mean, yeah, pairs are good, but it's actually super easy to overplay a pair of aces in Omaha. Like super easy to overplay a pair of aces in Omaha. It's pretty hard to play a pair of aces pre-flop, overplay a pair of aces pre-flop and hold them. It's super easy to overplay a pair of aces pre-flop in Omaha. It happens all the time. So. Yeah, I think you're right, man. I had to go with that. I had to go with that deuce 3. Didn't have any choice. I mean, I probably should go with the other hand as well, given that I had a few draws at that point. But I mean, I don't know. I felt like I had at least a chance to fold there, see if the other guy goes out, and maybe ladder up once and still have one more hand to get my money in. So I'm not sure it was a great. I'm not sure it was a great choice. I'm not sure it was a terrible one. I think it could have worked out for me. It didn't in that case, but. Good game, Piano Cat. Nice one in the Galaxy. It was not my day in that one, I guess. We did, however, manage to back our way in the dark matter, so that's not terrible. It's not terrible. Nice one, Broadjoy. Take it down, buddy. Avenge the stream. Avenge the stream. Nice one, Piano Cat. Take down that falling star. That one's got a nice prize pool at the end. Alrighty, so what I was saying before about pairs pre-flop definitely applies to pairs like queens. Not hugely valuable pre-flop in an Omaha setting. However, I do have the nut spade draw as well with this. And the ace queen gives me Broadway draws too. So I wouldn't have gone anywhere to a raise on this, but I'm not playing this the way I would play a pair of queens in a hold'em sense. That's for sure. It's not one of those hyper aggressive spots. So we've got a pair of aces with a queen kicker now, king queen kickers. And none of our draws really are coming through. We got backdoor Broadway still, but given action and a raise, I think that my bear ace is going to be good almost 0% of the time here, so we're out of the way. Yeah, the backdoors are starting to come in, but I need a jack, basically. Yeah, so with the ace king there, that's definitely there. I knew my bear ace was rarely going to be good there. So we've got the nut heart draw here, and we've got a crap load of sort of straight, low straight wraps. So we're definitely interested in seeing a flop here. That is exactly the sort of hand we're looking for when we play hands like this in Omaha, folks. That's exactly the sort of flop we're looking for. We will be playing this hand very aggressively in a trappy sort of way. We're hoping somebody else is going to bet into this pot and let us come back over top of them. Or maybe even just flat call behind, given that we're basically got the nuts with the nut redraws and, you know, pretty much everything you can possibly hope for in this hand. So this is definitely where we need to start putting money in the middle, because we've just basically had it so hands like 5-7 just got there ahead of us and so on like that. So I mean, 5-7's I think the only one that got there ahead of us, but we definitely need to get some of the other drawing hands that might be drawing to bigger straights out of the way here. It's another hand where we have nice low straight draws and the nut diamond draws. So I think we're probably gonna, if it folds us, we'll put in an open raise here on the button with this hand. If it raises, we'll probably call in position. So a full pot size raise from Henke. No, it's probably not worth getting involved with for a full pot size raise. The nut diamonds definitely does make it a powerful hand, but we want to get in for a relatively cheap flop to be able to see if diamonds progress before we can really say that the nut diamonds matters that much. So calling a pot bet, he's probably got pairs. Wow. Wow. That was like way wider than I expected it to be. I have to remember I'm playing against people that don't necessarily understand Omaha. I mean, he's double suited there, I guess, but it's really about all you can say about that hand. I guess he's got the 6-8-10 for middle straight stuff, double suited, one with a nut, one that he can get a straight flush into. I mean, that's not a terrible, it's not a terrible hand to pot, I guess. Yeah, okay. I stand corrected. It's actually not a terrible pot. Thank you, Ant-Man. Thank you, Ant-Man. Three, five, six, eight is another one of those great rappy sorts of hands. I don't have any nut. I don't have any nut flush draws, but I do have the 5-6 diamond draw, which can nut out on me. So. Yeah. I don't think I want to gamble on this. Yeah, I don't think I want to gamble on that. Yeah, we'd have had a full house. Although, their full house might have been better. Let me have a quick look at that. No, we would take that one down if we'd called. It's one of those hands that definitely is something you could call in that spot. It's not the greatest, and you probably want to have a nut. You probably prefer to have an ace draw with one of your suits, but yeah, it was a close call. I definitely could have gone there. Thank you, man. I sort of knew that my bear ace in Omaha context is never going to be very good there. So. That's a hand I'm not going to be hugely interested in. I mean, it does have the 9-Jack Queen and the hearts, but no, I'm not. It's not worth putting in for that big of a raise on. Nice one, Broadjoy. Good stuff. Good stuff. You did avenge the stream. I like it. I like it. I like it. You just picked up a big hand in the Black Hole Nano, which we will play aggressively. With a pot-sized rebet. Nice one, MVE. Good job, buddy. Good job, buddy. I was there yesterday, but Ace Magnus drew the ace, but he didn't have one. If he knew what I had, he could have easily pushed me off that hand, but he shoves there, and I'm out as quick as I can be, I think. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Mr. Kata, Mr. Kata, Mr. Kata. We are all in, ladies and gentlemen. And cats. And other sentient and non-sentient creatures who may be enjoying our stream today. So this hand is just like rappy like crazy. We got all sorts of straight draws. We got all sorts of flush draws. We got all sorts of straight flush draws. We've got basically, you know, all the draws you could ask for here. So I'm pretty happy to get in with this. We now didn't end up getting there, but you know that's cool. I'm still pretty happy with our decision there. Those are the sorts of spots I think where you have to take a chance in Omaha, and it's gonna pay off for you a reasonable amount of the time, especially when you're up against hands like pairs. But you know, in that case, it didn't. But you know, I think we had all the draws there, so I'm pretty happy with that spot. Alrighty, so we're done there. Nice one, final table falling star piano cat. I think I've only done that once. I got second in that tournament once for a nice chunky like €20 cash, but good job on that. Alrighty, so we're down to our final table in the black hole nano, and that is all we've got running now. Take it down, piano cat. Yeah, we'll get out of the way with our 6-4, I think. Alrighty, we got another break coming up here, so we're going to get into one more round of lovely Brady Bunch promos, so enjoy. We'll be back in a few short minutes.
Hey, the Brady sure look like they're having fun.
Hey, go get him.
Huh? Let's see that again with the patented Nick at Night rewind.
Hey, go get him.
Chris? Who's Chris? Let's go up here. What's that, Greg? Eve. We don't know who Chris and Eve are, but that trampoline's really groovy. Nick at Night rewinds. A second look at shows that are always worth a second look.
Welcome to Nick at Night's Block Party Summer.
Tonight it's Brady Mondays.
A 3-hour block of the Brady Bunch.
That's 6 half-hour episodes in a row, which means 36 Brady kids altogether.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, you twerp. Do the math.
Stay tuned.
Don't go away.
There's more Brady Monday coming up. Oh, my nose!
Has anybody seen Peter?
Not me. Doesn't he know we have a rehearsal?
I think he's still trying to find a new personality.
A new personality? Didn't we go through that already?
Introducing the new Peter Brady.
Peter, what's gotten into you? You look like you're possessed.
Shut up, girlie. Your mother says don't play ball in the house. Now we're here to sing, so let's sing. When it's time to change, it's time to rearrange.
Stay tuned for more of Block Party Summer on Nick at Night.
There's more Brady Monday coming up, and it goes real good with pork chops and applesauce.
And now back to Brady Monday, starring me, Greg Brady, and 8 other people.
Stay tuned for more of Nick at Night's Block Party Summer, the only block party this summer on Nick at Night.
We now return to the mellow sounds of Block Party Summer on Nick at Night.
You're watching Brady Monday on Nick at Night's Block Party Summer.
And tomorrow night is Lucy Tuesday.
You know, Mr. Ricardo, I'm a pretty good singer. Maybe I can do a gig at the Tropicana.
Now, Greg, I'm sorry, but you can't be in the show. Oh, no. One crybaby in my life is enough. Ay, ay, ay.
If you thought life couldn't get any better, listen to this. We now return to Block Party Summer.
And now, back to Brady Monday, starring the family that gives me an inferiority complex.
Make this summer a block party summer. Stay tuned to Nick at Night.
Unsolved mysteries of the Brady Bunch. The grandparents and Fluffy missing since the first episode. Tiger vanished sometime in the second season, leaving behind only his empty doghouse. The boat, the clubhouse, Bobby's original hair color.
Gone, gone, gone.
All apparent victims of the Brady Triangle, never to be seen again. It's strange.
It's more than strange, Mom. It's a baffling mystery.
The Brady Bunch, weeknights at 9 on Nick at Night. Nick at Night reveals The Lost Brady.
You know about Phoebe? Wow, after all this time, I thought it would never get out.
Well, I guess now it can be told. After we filmed all 5 seasons of the Brady Bunch series and the show is going into syndications, the producers decided to edit out Phoebe. Oh, poor Phoebe. Well, the truth is she never really fit in.
3 of them with hair of gold and red-haired Phoebe, who often picked her nose.
For more incredible footage of The Lost Brady, watch the Brady Bunch Marathon all week on Nick at Night. Nick at Night reveals The Lost Brady.
It's true. There was one other girl. Phoebe. Phoebe Brady. But afterwards, we were all sworn to secrecy.
15, 64, 50. High school ready. Hey, Marcia, say fast. Hey, you guys. Oh, my nose! You okay?
You hurt. I was really sorry.
Hey, Blondie, next time use your hands, not your face.
The character that Fanny played was rude, thoughtless, nasty, and loud. She was perfect for the part.
For more incredible footage of The Lost Brady, watch the Brady Bunch Marathon all week on Nick at Night.
We're back. Alrighty, so we are down to our final chance at money here in the Black Hole Nano, folks. We are 1 bullet deep and coming up on the end of rebuys. We have roughly 40 big blinds. We have Crazy Papa to our left. We have a pair of deuces, so let's see what the flop brings with a pair of deuces. The flop brings us a set, so I think we're going to check, go fucking aggro on this pot. That's a very good result for us. That's a very good result for us. That's a very good result for us. Oh, the Phoebe Brady stuff. I love the Phoebe Brady stuff. The Lost Brady. This is such a great concept for a series of ads. Are we going to take a second one of Luskin stacks? I guess we're not. We'll take some of their money. So I guess we didn't need to get it in there, but I think we are getting it in there most of the time anyways with Ace King, so I don't think it's terrible. I think it's terrible, but... Alrighty, just as a quick warning, you guys might lose me here. I just had my lights flicker and blink for no apparent reason, which might mean I could lose my power. Doesn't happen very often, but it does occasionally happen here from time to time. With spring being the most common time because of repairs and shit where people just make mistakes and cut power lines and things. So, yeah, it seems stable. So, just fair warning. My lights blinked, so you might lose me. So with silence, I'm just cutting a clip of the deuces full fives hands that just came up on screen. We are truly a one-man operation here at the Mothership. I cut my own clips. I run my own stream. We are the one-man operation. Nice one, MV. Good job, buddy. Good job. Yeah, I don't think we're calling off with our 3 deuce here. Yeah. Yeah, it might have been just a flicker. Seems okay now. There's no weather reason for it to be problematic. If there's big windstorms and stuff around here, it can go out quite easily. So there's blizzards as well. There's weather related reasons for it to go, but there's no weather related reasons that I can see today. And I haven't heard of any construction in our area that might be affecting it either. So I don't think it's going to be a huge issue. We just folded our flush here on the Blackwell Nano table. Ooh, but Crazy Papa had the nut flush. Leskinen's just getting his butt kicked. He decided to finally. He decided that was finally it. I think that was his 4th or his 5th stack at that point. Because I took at least 2. Well, I took 1, and then me and Gag took another one at least. So it was at least his 3rd. It was at least his 3rd, and I'm sure there was another one in there where he busted out as well. So I think it was his 4th or 5th, to be honest. Definitely 100% it was his 3rd. What the hell, Mike? How come? What's the reasoning for freezing your account? Yeah, I was just thinking that, Addy. Maybe D-Negs woke up in a bad mood this morning and decided to freeze the accounts of anyone associated with Unibet. I should check my PokeStars account, see if I've been frozen as well. So I do have to confess one small thing in that whole debate. I'm not a huge fan of D-Negs, especially lately. I used to be a big fan of him. I haven't been a big fan for a few years now. I've been wondering sort of what the heck's going on. Lappin can be a bit of a troll sometimes, though. So at the end of the day, there is a point there that there is at least a tiny amount of trolling going on between Lappin and D-Negs on the part on both parts, no doubt. But let's be clear, it's not entirely a one-way street in this whole thing. And in my opinion, anyways, it's not entirely a one-way street. There is a very serious, strong point about the responsibilities you have when speaking from a position of power versus the responsibilities you have when you're punching up, so to speak. And that's one of the reasons why at the end of the day, even though I think Mr. Lappin can be a bit of a troll from time to time, he's actually on the right side of this whole thing. I mean, facts aside, just from the personality perspective, even if it was a pure troll situation, it's a case of Lappin punching up and D-Negs punching down. So it's not, it's even if it was a pure troll situation, it would still be a case where I think Lappin's in the right, more so than D-Negs. But yeah, at the end of the day, with the facts, I mean, it's been some of his comments have been pretty appalling over the past little while. And it's not even the comments so much; it's the way he tries to walk shit back after he says it, and he deletes things, and he tries to go, "Well, oh, no, I didn't really mean that," and yada yada yada. Well, it's like, if you don't really mean it, then think about what you're saying before you say it. Or stand behind what you do say. One of the two. Pick one. There's no sort of in between ground. At least not an in between ground where people are gonna have respect for you. So. Yeah, no, agreed. I mean, there was a time when I was completely a PokerStars person, and I literally played on no other poker site because in my opinion, it was where I was going to find the best competition. It was where I was going to learn poker the best. It was where I found the best games. They had a great rake structure. They had a great rake back structure. And yeah, back in the heyday of like 2013, 2014, they were unquestionably the best poker site in the world by an order of magnitude, I would say. And that's definitely changed. I haven't played on Party Poker since they've done all their changes, but what I've seen looks really good, and I certainly hear great things about it. And seeing all the pros move over there tells me something about the ecosystem and what they're trying to do. So yeah, I think when we go into 2020, the online poker ecosystem is going to look very different than it did when we went into 2019 this year, folks. I think there's a lot of changes in store for us this year. I can't say that I've got any inside information on anything either. I mean, I do work for Poker News, but I don't actually have any inside information on this. I just see what's happening, and it looks to me like things are going to change. Yeah, no, agreed. I mean, I think it really has, and he hasn't done himself any favors on social media recently either. I don't think. You've got to, like I say, you've either got to make sure that you're always saying what you mean, or you've got to be willing to stand behind what you say. You can't have it both ways. So. I just think if he spends a little bit more time thinking about how he worded things, I don't think all of his points have even been terrible. I think he needs to accept criticism a little better, and I think he needs to be more willing to stand up for what he says. And I absolutely think he needs to think a little bit more about what he says before he says it. Visceration, yes. There is a clause in the terms of service for every poker site, as far as I know. Even Unibet is going to be doing it as well. That scans your processes looking for specific poker-related type applications that will be helping you with it. That's how. It's one of the ways they look for bots. It's one of the ways they look for people using EV tools. It's basically the way that they do all of that, and it's buried in the terms of service. But yep, they basically have complete access to your computer. You've given them complete access to your computer when you've agreed to sign on. I've chosen to believe that they're going to use it for only poker-related purposes, but you know, what are you going to do? All right, Piano Cat. I was trying to be polite. I was trying to be polite, but yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't think it's any surprise to anybody that Lappin has an ability to get under people's skin. I don't think it's a surprise to him, and I don't actually think, you know, I think it's funny that he's the way he writes back a lot of times. There was one comment where one tweet where DNEG said something like, "Well, you never write about any of the other people that do this," and Lappin's response was, "Well, yes, I sanctimoniously wrote about a lot of them in this link." And then he posted the link. And I just love that he used sanctimoniously, because that, of course, goes back to him being called a sanctimonious twat earlier on by DNEGs as well. And I just love that he ties back to those things. And I mean, he is an expert. He's a troll, but he's an artist, right? He's an artist at what he does. And you have to respect. I certainly have to respect that. Whereas I don't see any artistry coming from the other side. All I see is mud throwing and egg throwing and rock throwing coming from the other side, right? So yeah, he is. He's got troll skills that are in abundance. I think. Put in a raise with our jacks here. Oh, absolutely. I think he's. I think he's. I mean, I hate to put it this way, but I think he's almost become like the poker version of Donald Trump, where he just grabs his phone and tweets things out without thinking about it. You know, be damned the consequences. We'll deal with that later, kind of thing. I mean, that's exactly what I see happening with Trump at like 3 a.m. is that he gets pissed off about something and he's watching on, you know, midnight TV and pulls out his phone and tweets out some absurd weird shit, and then everybody has to damage control the next day to deal with what he did. And I pretty much see DNEGs in the same way at this point. Yep, you are exactly right, Broadjoy. It is buried in the terms and conditions, but it is there. When you agreed to play poker on these poker sites, you agreed to let them scan your computer for running processes. I don't think you've given them any more access than scanning for running processes, but you've definitely given them access to scan for running processes. Well, I mean, I don't think watching porn necessarily is a problem of evisceration. You know, you're definitely gonna, you're definitely going to want to make sure it's always legal porn, which I assume it is. So I'm not going to, I'm not making any, any comments or accusations here. But yeah, But if you're watching the latest Brazzers feature, might be a little embarrassing, but it's not like they could do anything to you, right? So I don't know. It was funny. I don't know if you guys were around the other day in David's chat when somebody was kind of sheepishly talking to me, or no, I think it was Hensey's chat actually. Maybe yeah, it was Hensey's chat. It was a smaller group. It wasn't like a huge group. And somebody was sheepishly asking me if my Twitter had been hacked, and I couldn't figure out why. I didn't think it had. I couldn't figure out why she was asking that. She says, "Well, did you realize that when you like pictures of naked women, it shows up on your timeline?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I realize that. I'm an adult. They're adults. It's like not that big of a deal, is it?" I don't know. I've always sort of been that way in my life, though. It's like I am who I am, and if you guys don't like it, well, that's that's life. That is life. Yeah. You can run all that stuff. You can certainly run all that stuff offline. You just can't have an active poker table running while you've got solvers and stuff going on as well. That's potentially a violation of the terms of service. Nice one, MV. That's good. Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously always happier when I win the tournaments. Don't get me wrong. I always want to win the tournament. I never want to just min cash tournaments. But I'm honestly never upset if I cash a tournament, and cashing a tournament's never a terrible result. Fuck. Yeah, I think we're just gonna give this a shot. Ace Jack is wide, but he could be doing this wider, I think. I think he could be doing this with a lot of aces. I think he can be doing this with pairs that we're racing against. Could be doing with ace king as well. Oh well. Yeah, I'm long done in the cent roll. Looks like we're going to be done pretty quick in the black hole as well. I'm not going to rebuy at this point. We're way too low on the big blind scale to rebuy. That was probably a weak call with the... Yeah, we flop a pair. That's never a terrible thing. Yeah, the ace-jack's probably too loose of a call there. But what are you going to do? Felt like ace-king, ace-queen is obviously some of the hands he's going to have there, and there's going to be kings, queens, and aces sometimes. Jacks. But I'm also going to be, I think I'm also going to be against lower pairs, and I'm also going to be against other ace hands in that particular spot. I think. We did survive, however. So once today we got our money in with deuce 3 and didn't make it, but then the next time we got our money in with deuce 3, we actually survived somehow. So cool with that. Cool with that. Yeah, so I will warn you guys if y'all are offended by pictures of naked women, and for that matter, sometimes pictures of naked men, I would not go too deep into my Twitter feed because there's probably stuff there. Let's just say I enjoy adult cinema. I follow some of the actresses that are involved in making porn movies, and I quite enjoy interacting sometimes with them. So it'll happen from time to time. I watch some Haggis Bluff. I don't know if you'd say a lot, but yes, I watch. I don't. I don't not watch porn. Let me put it that way. I don't avoid it. Yeah, I mean, I think, and especially I think in today's world where it's so ubiquitous, I think there's people that don't enjoy watching it necessarily for a variety of reasons. But I also think that there's a significant percentage of the population that enjoys it in a healthy manner, and there's no reason, like alcohol, there's no reason to limit its use from its reasonable use from adults, frankly. So, double, double, we do play. We do play once again. We are still live in the black hole. I should warn you though, if you are watching my Twitter feed, and I do have a very wide range of tastes when it comes to the adult video that I watch. So you may see me liking things that are not to your taste at all, because I'm very open-minded. Very open-minded when it comes to that sort of thing. I think we must be past the rebuy point at this point. Yeah, registration's closed now. Yeah. Yeah, so this is it. We've got this stack and nothing more. I mean, I have to admit, I've always found it really bizarre that we have this. Hence the glasses. Exactly. Exactly. I've had like horrible eyesight since I was like 7 years old, so that's got to tell you something about my life, right? But no, for pretty much my entire part of my life that I can remember having any conception of what sex was, I've always found it really bizarre how much weirdness we have around the sexual act, and especially around things like pornography and the sort of business side of it. I can remember even as a young kid just being like, well, if people are making choices to be involved in this sort of thing, why does anybody else have anything to say about it? I do understand there's some situations in every industry, frankly, where people are forced into things that they don't like to do for monetary reasons or other reasons. And there are some darker stories in adult film and things as well about people being forced. But many of those darker stories are a result of the fact that it's so much underground anyways, and so it attracts a very dark element of people to it. Were it less underground and more open, it'd be a lot easier to weed those darker elements out of the industry, I think. But yeah, I've always been kind of mystified at our social attitudes towards people choosing to do things with their bodies that really don't affect anybody else other than the people that they're doing them with and the people who choose to watch. I've just never understood why there's such a big deal, why people make such a big deal about it. And oftentimes when I talk about this, people go, well, like, would you want your daughter or your niece to become a porn star? And I'm like, honestly, if they were going into it with the right mindset, fuck yeah, go for it. It's a great way to make some money early in the day. As it's probably a little less so these days with how hard it is on the internet world. But yeah, I mean, if you're doing it for the right reasons and in the right ways, and you want to be a stripper for a few years, go for it. You want to make adult films for a few years, go for it. It's not an issue for me. If you want to turn it into a lifelong career and become a producer, it's not a problem for me. That's it's honest work as far as I'm concerned. There's a lot of bad reasons to get into that sort of work, and if you're doing it for one of those bad reasons, I'm going to try to talk you out of it. But if you got your head on straight and you're doing it for the reasons that you enjoy the work and you enjoy the people that you're associating with, and it's good money for your skill set, I'm standing behind you, even if you're my daughter or my niece. Who's my favorite porn star? I'd have to. That's a really tough choice for me because I watch so much varied content. I watch a lot of historic content. I watch a lot of modern content. So my list would include 4 or 5 or 6 different people from various time periods, and frankly from various genres of porn, including stuff that most straight men aren't watching a lot of times. So yeah, definitely one of the ones that's always going to be near the top of my list is Nina Hartley. Even today, as a 60-some-odd-year-old woman, she is damn hot and is also unapologetically 100% a supporter of the industry and a supporter of what she does. She's not somebody who is forced into the business in any way, stretch, or form. Not by the proverbial someone holding a gun to her head, and not by even the proverbial circumstances, i.e. I couldn't make a living any other way, so I became a porn star. She is a registered nurse and actually had worked as a registered nurse for several years prior to just kind of backing into a role in the porn in a porn film. and decided to run with it. And she's been also one of the people that has highlighted and spotlighted and pushed forward many of the health initiatives in the industry around sexually transmitted diseases and things like that. So yeah, Nina Hartley. If I'm going to have to make a, if I'm going to have to pick one, Nina Hartley is the woman I go with. She is quite an amazing woman, I think. And I think one of the reasons that I like her so much is not only her background story, but the fact that she's been active in the industry, both behind and in front of the camera, for 50 some odd years now, 40 some odd years at least, and is still a compelling performer at, I'm not sure of her exact age, but I'm sure she's somewhere in her 60s at this point. And she's still a compelling performer, which is very unusual in that business. So, I definitely think she's somebody that I have a lot of respect for. Well, thank you, Visration. I'm not embarrassed by it really at all. It's part of life. Sex is part of life, and the fact that some people enjoy doing that while others have the ability to watch is also part of life. So I really think the fact that we stigmatize it so much is just absurd. It just makes no sense to me. Go ahead, take notes. Go ahead, take notes if you want. I'm generally not someone who enjoys anything that's abusive in any way in the porn stream, but I will admit that I define abusive in probably a wider way than some people might. I don't know. The adult video that turns me on the most is stuff where everybody involved is clearly there by choice and is clearly having a good time with it. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm not watching certain things like rape fantasies or some BDSM stuff as well, because I have enough experience in the real world to know that there's a lot of consent that happens, and it's obviously there's acting and things as well, so it really is tricky in the video sense, but it's possible to tell in many ways. And I also think in the modern world, it's very unlikely that you're going to have people doing much of that publicly. I'm not going very very deep to look for my stuff. but yeah, it depends on the people, and it depends on who's involved and who's doing what. Um, to go, but there is a lot of stuff that I just don't enjoy watching at all. Like there's a whole range of movies from the 70s starring a guy named John Holmes that I just have literally zero interest in any. I've watched a couple of the stuff that, and he's worked with some really big name actresses from the time as well. Actresses whose work I enjoy elsewhere. Some of the other male co-stars in his work, I enjoy their work elsewhere as well. Um, I've not really enjoyed any movie that I've seen him in. So there are just because of the way that women are treated in his movies, I'm not keen on it. It's important to me when I watch movies, when I watch adult movies. It's important to me how the women are treated, or well, I should say how the person in the submissive role is treated. Um, in straight porn, that's usually the female, so that's why I say it that way. Um, but there are other genres of porn I watch where it's not necessarily a female in that role, so or not necessarily, yeah. Yeah, she's a pretty experienced girl for sure. No question about that. I think I recall once back in the 90s maybe she was running for a city council. No, she was campaigning for somebody who was running for a seat in California legislature, I think it was. And one of the reporters who was at the event asked her if she would ever think of running for office, and without even like a moment's hesitation, her response was, "No, I don't think that'd be a good idea. I really think there's probably too many pictures of me with a dick in my ass for that to work." Which I just thought was the best possible result you could have, response you could have to that question, if you happen to be somebody like, happen to be somebody like Nina Hartley. She kind of won me over in that moment. I respect her for a lot of reasons, but she definitely won me over with that one particular comment. I'm pretty I'm pretty varied, Mike. I like humans. And the age and other things, assuming of course adults we're talking here, we're always talking adults here, but age and other things are less important to me. If you're an interesting human being, I'm probably going to be interested in you in one way or another, and we'll see what develops after that. But yeah, it's funny, I've actually dated somebody almost 2 decades younger than me. When I was in my 40s, I was dating a girl who was in her 20s. Um, and I've also dated somebody who's almost 2 years older, or almost 2 decades older than me. When I was in my late 30s, I was dating a woman who actually she was more than 2 decades older than me. She was in her early 60s when I was dating her. So it really, yeah, I'm the person matters to me. The person is what matters, and the sort of age and other things are really, 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 really secondary to me. So good game, Piano Cat. I must have missed your comment about how you did. I'm sorry. I don't see it in chat. Alrighty, I end up in one, but it was doesn't seem to have anybody that I recognize in it, so I guess I'm in my own. Oh well, we're in a sit and go, but we're not recognizing anyone. That's cool. We're in our own little sit and go. I was hoping you'd bed into me there, but nice one, Mike. Good game. Good game, buddy. We're all in with our ace queen here on the button. I don't think I've ever played the asteroid before. I don't think I've ever seen it, actually. I have to look for it. If it's a higher buy-in tournament, I probably haven't looked for it, so... I don't know, but he's in... El Jefazo's in my game as well. Yeah. Is there a dress code that I'm not aware of? I didn't think we'd end up with another break, but here it looks like we're going to end up with another break. I'm going to send you guys off to a break, and I'll be right back.
Nick at Night reveals the Lost Brady.
Phoebe was always playing pranks. Really devious pranks.
I can take care of this household standing on my...
Alice? 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 You all right?
I'll live.
The doctor says that Alice's ankle is only sprained. But it's a bad sprain, and she's going to have to stay off it.
Then Dad made us give up our after-school activities in order to do Alice's work for her. But Phoebe wouldn't hear of it.
Who is going to do the cooking?
You try and make me do housework, you'll hear from my lawyer.
Oh. Yeah, that's a good try.
Go ahead. Laugh, Pops. You'll believe it when I see you in court.
I would like to believe it, but it would boggle my mind.
What a nightmare.
For more incredible footage of the Lost Brady, watch the Brady Bunch Marathon all week on Nick at Night. Nick at Night reveals the Lost Brady.
In the episode where I broke the vase and was afraid that I would be grounded and miss the camping trip, well, the original version was a little bit different.
Big Pete Brady intercepts and goes for a shot.
favorite vase.
In order to help me, the other kids tried to take the blame.
I broke the vase. I'm sorry.
And that's how I broke the vase. I'm sorry.
You know how you're always saying, don't play ball in the house? Well, Peter did it. I saw it. I'm the one.
I did it, Mother.
So he could kiss that camping trip goodbye, right?
For more incredible footage of the Lost Brady, watch the Brady Bunch Marathon all week on Nick at Night. Nick at Night reveals The Lost Brady.
Stop that, Tiger. You'll wake up Kitty.
I'm telling you, Cindy, you need this doll insurance I'm offering. Something could happen like that. Bang!
You stop that. Kitty Carryall doesn't make noise when you're taking a nap.
Why don't you at least look at the policy?
Because I'm putting my baby to sleep. That's why.
And what if someone puts her to sleep? Permanently.
You stop that. You'll hurt her feelings. Here we are. I want you to drink this whole bottle. So you'll have nice strong... Kitty? Kitty?
Leave it to Phoebe.
For more footage of The Lost Brady, watch the Brady Bunch Marathon on Nick at Night. Nick at Night reveals The Lost Brady.
Then there was the amateur contest episode when we were the silver platters. And Phoebe, naturally, refused to be part of the act.
The first prize is $100. $100? But before we can get on the show, we have to audition our act.
What act?
Well, we can sing a little and we can dance a little. And Bobby and Cindy can be cute and charming.
Cute and charming? Black, forget you losers. I'm doing my own act and keeping 100.
You ding-a-ling. We got about as much chance of getting on that show and winning first prize and getting the money as we do of robbing a bank.
Hey, Greg, now you're talking.
Forget it.
Who's with me?
I think that after Phoebe Brady was edited out of the show, it made a lot more sense.
For more incredible footage of The Lost Brady, watch the Brady Bunch Marathon all week on Nick at Night.
The cast of the Brady Bunch talk about Phoebe, the Lost Brady.
Oh, seeing all the old footage brings it all back. Oh, what a troublemaker. And she did worse stuff backstage. She was nearly fired every week, but her agent was always able to get her back on the show.
For more about the Lost Brady, stay tuned to Nick at Night.
We're back. I'm still playing a sit and go as well. I haven't put that up on the table because I don't think there's any stream friends in there. We may or may not be going any farther. We just had somebody shove in on us. We've got ace queen suited, so I think we're calling off. Against ace king suited, and the ace king gets there. Ace king just crushes us. Ace king v ace queen, and we are done in the sit and go. Seven to go to the money in the Black Hole Nano. We've actually got a chance of making the money. We're not in a scoring spot now, but this is a really active tournament near the end. We got 10 big blinds, so we could definitely survive long enough to min cash this. Especially with interesting hands going down like this. Oh, he does get out of the way. Do 7's obviously not something we want to spend too much time getting involved with. Alrighty, Mike, enjoy. If you're watching last night's episode, I won't spoil anything for you, but it is really good. This season, I think, is going really, really, really well. I like the first season a lot more than most people did as well. It's nice to see new Star Trek in. It's nice to see Star Trek take a interesting new line as well. It's nice that it's not all shiny lights and black and white situations and things. I like that. I mean, I think the first season was a little bit weak, but to be honest, it is the best first season of any of the Star Trek shows that have come out, possibly since the original series. Although the original series had a couple of duds in the first season, there was also some really good ones there. The Next Generation's first season was appalling. Like, it's astonishing to me that it got renewed after a first season that is as appallingly bad as the Next Generation's was. I'm glad it did, because the rest of the show was it improved a lot after that. But the first season was objectively appalling. Voyager has a pretty weak first season as well, as does Deep Space Nine. And neither of those really get going until the second season on that. Alrighty, we got a nice double up in the black hole. Nano. Sweet. Looks like we might get into the money on this one. So yeah. But yeah, if you enjoyed last night's episode, was very good. I think they're building up to an interesting story climax. That I love the way it's tying in with the little shorts that they did earlier. We knew it was always going to tie in with those, but I love the way it's tying in, and clearly we can see where this episode shows us one tie-in from that, and it's hinting to the next tie-in as well. Last night's Orville was pretty good as well, actually. If you guys get Orville over there in Europe, pretty much every member of the Star Trek Next Generation crew and a few members of the other TNG era series have come over and played parts. This week's guest star is Marina Sirtis, Counselor Troy from the Next Generation. And there's a lot of people that joke that Orville is better Star Trek than Discovery is. I don't think that's personally true, because I think Orville is very much I don't know, I like Orville. It's fun, but it's just fun. It's like the comic book version of a novel. It's never going to have the same depth as the novel does. It has its own charm, but it's never going to be the same. So that's sort of the way I see Orville, but it's still good. Nice one, MVE. You got to keep. You're doing awesome in that. You're doing awesome in that guy. We have aces. We have the ace and the ace. We have the red and the black ace. It's even the red and the black ace when we're playing with 4-color decks. It is the red and the black ace, ladies and gentlemen, and cats, and sentient and non-sentient creatures. We are 2 from the money here in the Black Hole Nano. We're on the soft bubble now here in the Black Hole. 2 to go to the money. A pair of queens at this point can get us into some trouble if we're not careful. Could also win us a bunch of chips. So we have to play it, but... I'm calling a bet here. Wow, he hit the set. Gross. Gross, 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 gross. Like I said, queens can get us into trouble there. Could have gone a lot worse for us if we played that more aggressively, as we absolutely could have done. But that's why you don't play them super aggressively when you're on the bubble like this, because weird shit tends to happen on the bubble. I don't really know why, but it does seem like weird shit tends to happen more often in the bubble, on the bubble, than elsewhere in the tournament, frankly. Yes, Counselor Troy. I think she's a character that got a little bit more grief than she needed to. I think that she didn't get used as well as she could have been used in some cases, and they sort of gave her crap lines to say a lot of times when she could have had much more emotionally revealing sorts of comments. I think that and they just didn't do it. But I think even beyond that, they could have played up the psychotherapy angle quite a bit more on a show like Next Generation, especially in the time frame that it came out, and it would have made great sense, I think. It's interesting that if you're a super fan of the Star Trek franchise, you probably know of the fan-created continuation to the original series called Star Trek Continues, starring Vic Magnolia, I think his name is, or something like that. Minonia, not sure how it's pronounced, as Captain Kirk. It's not the worst show in the world. The acting is pretty questionable in many cases, but they've actually sort of closed out some storylines from the original series that didn't get closed out properly necessarily. And they flesh out some stuff. So if you're like a super fan, it's worth checking that out if you haven't seen it. Star Trek Continues. If you search YouTube, you'll find it, I think. But it's definitely an interesting addition to the canon. I'm very much interested in the new Patrick Stewart-headed series coming out later this year. That will be fascinating to see. I think there's a lot of potential for an old Jean-Luc Picard series. I hope they don't squander it on trying to make him into a action hero still. Even to the extent that he ever was an action hero. I mean, it's Jean-Luc Picard we're talking about here. But he was. But I think it needs to be more of a. I think he actually sort of like a bitter old man kind of thing would be a really good way to take it, I think. So it'll be interesting to see how they do that. And I'm really excited about the fact that there's like potentially going to be 3 or even 4 new Star Trek series being produced next year. Between Discovery, the new Picard series, the animated one they're talking about, and I'm sure I've heard about one more idea that they have that's in the works as well. So that's pretty exciting for a Star Trek fan like me. Like to say I'm a Star Trek baby. I was born the week that Star Trek premiered on NBC in 1966. So I've literally grown up with the world. And I can say that I have watched every single television production of Star Trek, every single episode, at least once, and with the exception of the newest Discovery series, at least twice. The newest Discovery series, I have not watched all of the latest ones twice yet, but I have watched all of them once at this point. But everything else I've watched at least twice, and most of them I'm on, half a dozen or more times through the series, just because I find new things in it every time I run through them. Yeah, well, that was the other thing, is that they really would have done better by putting her in a uniform, I think. I mean, I know they were trying to get some skin points from certain members of the audience, but I think that they should have put her in a proper uniform and had her be a little bit more formal, frankly. But that's just me. But yeah, no, getting back to Orville, like I say, they had Marina Sirtis on this week. They've had Tim Russ, who played Tuvok in Voyager, was on there once. They've had Robert Picardo, who played the Doctor in Voyager, has been on there for one episode. They've had can't remember his real name, but the actor who played Dr. Phlox in Enterprise was on another episode. Who else have they had for guest stars on there? I'm sure that they've had at least one other one that I'm not remembering at the moment. But yeah, Orville's really doubling down on trying to get old ex Star Trek actors to do guest roles in there. They've had multiple ones. I will make one complaint about Orville. This might be a slight spoiler if you haven't watched all of the episodes of either Discovery or Orville. But I was deeply disappointed when Orville literally copied one of these storylines from Discovery. And by copying, I mean copied it down to the name of the character, for God's sake. I guess maybe the shows might have been in production at the same time, so it might have been conflating ideas that just sort of, but how you get two characters named Lieutenant Tyler going through exactly the same experience, essentially, is pretty astonishing to me without there being some sort of plagiarism involved from one side or the other. And it strikes me that given the depth of the Lieutenant Tyler storyline that's embedded in Discovery, if there was plagiarism, it was on the part of the Orville writers, because the Lieutenant Tyler plot in Orville is a one-episode, one-off plot, whereas the Lieutenant Tyler storyline is an ongoing, evolving storyline in Discovery. So, but yeah, that was the one thing I was just disappointed with in Orville. Everything else I've been, I wouldn't say impressed with. The first season I found to be quite empty. I kept looking at it going, ooh, that's all pretty, but there was no substance there. It was all flash, no substance in the first season. The second season is getting a little bit more substancy, I think, which of course is not even a word, but you know, the second season is a more interesting season, I think. Oh, Jesus, Ace King suited, under the gun, on the hard bubble. God, I'm such a fucking net. I am such a fucking net. If I bubble this tournament now, we'll look back on that hand as the reason I bubble this tournament. But I actually think that hand is going to be the reason I min cash this tournament. Yeah, Patrick Stewart is amazing. Patrick Stewart is amazing. I follow him on Facebook, and he posted a picture a while back of him in the 70s as like a promotional shot from one of the plays he was doing in the 70s. And I swear to God, he looks exactly the same in the 70s. Same bald back. It looks like it's like the man. He's not like Dorian Gray. He's not like perpetually young. He's perpetually middle-aged. He's a perpetually hot middle-aged man is basically what Patrick Stewart is, and it's astonishing to me. It doesn't matter whether you see him at age 30 or see him at age 60. He looks exactly the same, and he's just as, you know, but he doesn't look young. He always looks old, no matter how young he was. But for an old guy, he looks good. It's actually funny that the original conception for that show, for the casting on that show to a certain extent, was to have Patrick Stewart come in and be the sort of intellectual side of the equation, and have Jonathan Frakes as Riker come in and be the sort of sex appeal side of the equation. And frankly, I think anybody who thinks Riker is sexier than Picard needs to get their head examined. Got something seriously wrong with their attraction filters happening, I think. You know, maybe I'm being overly. Alrighty, so we're in the money. We can shove our ace king now for sure. A6 is probably also a shove if it comes around to us, I think. It does not come around to us, though, and I don't think A6 is a reshove. So we don't have any pay jumps now until '26th position. So we definitely have to do something between now and then. The King Jack might have actually been the hand to reshove at this point. Or even the A6 possibly. I might have missed an opportunity there. One of the things I've been most fascinated to see on this season of Discovery has been the way that they're merging in the storyline with the backstory in the beginning of the original series. We've got Captain Pike on the show now with foreshadowing to what's about to happen with him. We've got Spock here. We've got the original number one, who they picked an amazing actress to do. I mean, comparing her to Majel Barrett, the original pilot, it's almost spooky how good they did, how good a job they did. And actually, Captain Pike is the same. They did an amazing job with Captain Pike. The casting on Captain Pike as well, with Anson Mount. I'm not quite as impressed with their casting of Spock at this point. That might be because he hasn't shaved his beard off yet. That might be the trick for me. But we'll have to see, because I do like his demeanor. I just haven't quite caught the face yet. But I do love the way they're dovetailing this into sort of the early years of the original series, and I think that's a really cool idea and a really good way to do it. If you're going to set it in the same time period, dovetailing it towards that, I think, is an excellent way to do it. I was a little less impressed with the way they brought Harry Mudd into the new series. I mean, I guess he sort of suited the tone of the new series, the way the original Mudd suited the comic relief that they wanted him to be in the original series. But here's the thing: a character like Mudd is funny and a good character when he's comic relief. He's just a dick when he's not comic relief and when it's on a more serious note, like they did in Discovery with him. So I wasn't really impressed with the way they retconned his character in Discovery, but so far I've been pretty impressed with the way they've handled all the other characters that they brought forward from the original, or back from the originals, or whatever it is from the original series. I'm still vaping a fair bit. I think I'm still vaping a fair bit of Visceration. And we're out in 134 for 134 in 33rd place in the black hole. But hey, that's the way it goes, and I'm not terribly unhappy with that. I don't think that's quite going to make us a profit for the day, given our €1 bust out in the sit and go. But, so that's 1.34. It's actually going to be not too far off, maybe. Yeah, 226 wins on 360 buy-ins. We wouldn't have cashed. We wouldn't have profited even without sit and go buy-ins, so that's not a big deal. But yeah, not a terrible day. Should have noted the other day I actually played my 100th day on Unibet Poker. The other day we're on 103 days now, and 606 tournaments total played so far. Our ROI is dropping a little bit. We're down to 42%, but that's still pretty decent. I still can't complain about that sort of ROI level on here. And yeah, we're down below our current bankroll, or our max bankroll, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I'm going to be back again tomorrow, I think, for playing a little bit more of the Unibets, and we'll have some fun. My camera seems to be having a crazy bit, but yeah, so thanks for hanging out with me today, and I always appreciate you guys coming by and spending time with me here on the Mothership. And I'm gonna bring this puppy in for a landing, I think, and we'll be doing all the maintenance, all the repairs tonight, and we'll be set for another liftoff tomorrow at 11 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, 6 p.m. Central European Time. I'll run out. For more vintage poker content from Mothership Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads only cut from some of the early streams.